1644, pushing from the Charlie gates.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. Welcome into Streaming with Flying with Mike. We'll get it right here. Anyway, we are running a little behind. The wife had a business call, so we graciously put the delay on. The mechanics had something to look at. Probably one of those 50 million Sylvania bulbs that everybody made a lot of money off of back in the old days. But as you can tell, TWA, there's an old name a lot of people may or may not know. Sitting on the line, Vegas, baby. All right, so we're going to be flying from Vegas to St. Louis with Trans World Airlines, now part of American. Oh boy, you want to look at a history there, folks. Look into American Airlines since the TWA purchase. You will be blown away at how American is still American today. But we're not going to get into that. It's kind of boring. To me, it's fascinating. To the average person, who cares about that? It just says American on the plane. But anyway, we are just about ready, folks, to get this show on the road, sitting here in Vegas. But let's have a little fun. Let's pop up the Vegas Strip behind us. Now, this would have been there in the TWA times, this part of the Strip. But it still looks good to see from here, folks. Early morning departure out of Vegas, so looking forward to that. So let's get into the girl here and let's get her going, shall we? You can tell we got a little bit of traffic here in Vegas, so hopefully we can talk over it. All right, so left off in my half of this, getting the FMC readied, the light test. That takes eons because you got to check every bulb. Whew, Sylvania and GE made a lot of money back then selling them bulbs. I wonder if half their weight on the airplane was in spare bulbs in case they lost one in flight. Anyway, I digress. So let's continue on. Let's load up.
2690, departing runway 26 right, by the ready to departure, departing to the west.
All right, for that, we'll use Sim Toolkit. And if that sim does get annoying, we'll find a way to turn them down. All right, so let's see here. Sim Toolkit, there you are. All right, so as you can see, our routing is going to be 26 right, although you know me, folks. If there is another active runway, I'm thinking about it. And that's 19 left right now. So, and the winds do strongly favor 190. So it's just a little bit of a quick turn to the west and then down to our initial fix on the Hoover 8. So we'll see if we actually go with 26 right. Hoover 8, Dove Creek. And then we get on the J197 up to Hugo, then J24 to Kansas City, MCI. Down to Napoleon, VOR, ANX, and join the Coop 1 arrival 4. And I am going to come in on runway 11. All right, pretty good, solid plan there.
Las Vegas traffic, Southwest 1644, holding short 26 right.
All right, so we've got 85 people back there right now in the cattle bar, and the flight attendants are going through, making them sign their NDAs that they won't complain.
Line up and wait now, 26 right.
So payload is 19,550 pounds, and we're going to run with a 0 fuel weight, as you see. Cruise index today. Well, this aircraft didn't have one, so we'll be at Mach 0.80 at 35,000 feet. All right, and we are going to get underway here. Real quick rundown with the weather. 190 at 4 here in Vegas, and a few clouds here and there. Over in St. Louis, where I am streaming from, we're looking at a wind right down 1-1 at the moment. 110 at 7.
Las Vegas traffic, Southwest 1644, rolling 26 right.
Few clouds, 25,000. So beautiful day all around. Thought it'd be a fun ride. So let's get rid of Sim Toolkit and get this thing going. All right. All right, Sim Toolkit. There you are. Okay, so from here we're going to load up. We had 85 people. So what I do is start moving the random here on the packs. Watching, I got to remember where that's been a long time here. Right here's the number. Wow, it really has been a while. 80, I can do it from here. How's our CG? Take on. It's 85 for now. All right, let me see what that did with our 0 fuel weight. Because that's really what we're bringing it up to, is getting it as close. Now, we got to put some cargo in, so I'm going to go ahead and start it with at least one bin. We need 21. We'll go there, I guess. What'd that bring us up? Oh my, and we are now 2,500 in the cargo. We can go to 4.6. Okay. $5,000, that puts us at 122. We're ready, that's close enough. 122, 150. And we were planning 121.3, so we're about just under 1,000 pounds heavier. Okay, so fuel, we planned 38,013 currently in the fuel tanks, 25,000. So let's just bring them up to 38. I'll explain why the one field went red here in a minute. 38.3. 38.4 works. Okay. This right now is saying we're overweight for landing. So if we were to take off, lose an engine, declare an emergency, come back, two things can happen here. One, the easiest, dump fuel, get us under our landing weight. Two, declare an emergency and land heavy. Not necessarily bad, but can be bad. When you land heavy, you just, you gotta really ease it on, and it's gonna float. That's where the problem is. So a lot of pilots will opt dump fuel, get it at least under. It's still got that potential to float, even if it's just at the maximum landing weight. But you're at least you can get it down if you had to, and not do significant damage if you were to force it onto the runway because you're running out. So anyway, that's my feeble look at it all, folks. All right, so let me just look at this CG. We're still well within the limits. I'm trying to see, do I need to move passengers? I don't think that'll help. Okay, so we're set here. Zero fuel weight now 122,000. Fuel weight 38,400. Oh wait, it was 38,000 zero, and I could probably drop it. Nope, I can't. Okay, we'll keep it at it. All right, so that gets us loaded, folks. We're ready to go. All right, so final checks here. I want to do one more thing while we're here. That is put in our performance data. Basically, what you're going to be doing here is clicking Set Bugs, and it's going to do just that. It's going to take these white little bugs that we call them on the airspeed indicator, set them to critical numbers so we know when we cross. Oh, goodness. I did not mean to yawn in your ears there, folks. Oh, that just came on all of a sudden. But anyway, it'll set these bugs to critical, like V1, V rotate. V2 a lot of times will get set by your actual speed bug, and then you can set your flaps as well. So let's look at this real quick. Flaps 20, that seems fair with this flight. Stab trim will go to 5.53. That's actually pretty easy in this plane, and our dump time 2 minutes 14 seconds. Okay, and then our EPR, which is on this gauge, will set to 2.09, very close to 210 obviously over here. All right, so let's set it. So all the speed bugs move slightly. That one didn't move like it usually does. Okay, so rotate is 139, okay. 127, I'm sorry, 127 is rotate, same speed. 139 is climb out. Okay, or V2 to clear a 50-foot obstacle, my bad. We'll climb out at 149 and start working our flaps up as you see the schedule here. All right, pretty good and set up here. And we'll push that away. All right, so let's go through the rest, shall we? Up here, let's get the window heaters on. Anything else while we're auto brake? We'll go ahead and set over to RTO. We'll go. Okay. Okay, and anything else I need to do a quick check on? Okay, going through everything. We'll go over to the upper panel here. Make sure we're galley powered on, packs are on, Gasper van's on. 36 will be our altitude shown here, even though we're going to go up to 35. We're going to put a cabin pressure of 9,000 in place. And we're on the external power. Going down to the middle here. Hydraulic pumps. A is off. That's this one. Lights are on. B is on. Lights are off. Quantities all look good. Okay, the oil cooler. Normal. Okay, that's right here. Pressurization set to flight. No, we'll keep it to ground at the moment till we get to the runway. And flight instruments, takeoff warning horn. If you're not familiar with that horn, folks, it sounds like this in most, if not all, Boeings. Other aircraft, it may sound slightly different. Basically, it's saying something's not configured right. And our nav comms. Let's get down here. Okay, so 122.8's good, 121.5. 108, let's take a look at the charts, shall we? Alright, this is the charts program, folks. It does have the Hoover 8 up, but it's not depicted right, nor did it actually come right up in the FMC. I actually had to put the fixes in. Alright, so the initial altitude is set by ETC, so if they're not here, we go up. Alright, so if I do choose 19, we're going to take off. Well, let's look at it. It's this chart right here. Heading 014 to 2,500 feet or above, then we'll turn to 060, head out, and vector our way to Gidget. From Gidget, we head to Nickel, to PGA, to Dove Creek. Pretty simple. Got to be above 10,000 by Gidget. And that is because you're about to face the mountains. Okay, frequencies here. Las Vegas, 116.9. Y'all are going, why are you setting the same frequencies? I asked that quite a bit too. Alright, real quick. So there's our departure, folks. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it so I can try to explain the little conundrum of FlyJ. Possibly the real, but I'm thinking it's a FlyJ thing. I'm actually going to also try to get, let me do that first. I think I get it over here. Now that I think about it. Hello, computer, are you going to work? Probably not. Yoke. And really, the only time you need to see them, folks, is during the takeoff. Oh yeah, real 727s don't have that back in the day. All right, so let me just kind of zoom in a little. See if I can get the other one. Okay, can't. All right. Now, as you look at this cockpit, folks, and we don't have the HSI now visible. Okay. I don't know if you can read this. It says DME1, DME2. However, your HSI here is VOR1, VOR2. So, in order to see the nav for what's on VOR1, you got to be looking over here. Likewise, well, now you could use this up here. Yes, to that it is true. Or put it here so you can see it quickly. Your RMI works correctly, VOR2, and the other one is VOR1. That's just one of those things. We'll just say it that way. Very weird in this plane. It gets cumbersome because you can't have banked radios ready to go as easy as many of us would like. Not to say this guy, because this guy could set them up right and still get lost. So, yeah, you know, I had a hard time when I was a private pilot. So, all right, so let me look at the chart real quick. We are going to want the 066 radial. Which one are we on? 251. All right, so we'll just dial it back. And like always, probably went the long way. That is going to be the radial we intercept. Let's see, will this look good? Oh, good. So this is the radial we're going to intercept off of Las Vegas to get to Gidget and out to Nickel. Then Nickel will use Page on a 054 radial to it, even though we're on the 234. To it on a 054, and then to Dove Creek on a 053 radial. So that's how this departure will work. However, we'll be on the FMC, so we're not going to see much of this. All right, so we are radioed set. Altitude, let's go ahead and set for 35. Okay, and everything's set up here. And folks, passenger oil cooler, no heat, Casper fans on. APU is the only thing left to go. Let's get that cranking. Actually, let's go ahead and run what comes with the aircraft. Yeah, look at that, it comes with one. Okay, so up top or over here, got to make sure your battery's on. Get your APU going now if you want. Emergency lights are armed. They're right down here. Pack signs are set. Window heat's on. Radio, radar, and transponder are set. Parking brakes set. Okay. So to start the APU, it even tells you that. Okay, and we're just waiting for it. You can see the needle slowly burning up here. The exhaust gas temperature moving up to the east side. Now, while we wait on it, folks, a couple of things here. Your settings, all your options are right here. You can set your field of view, your exterior sounds, interior sounds, your nav system from the SIVA. You have to purchase that to nothing or to FMC. Then you have all of these interesting things you can set. Right now, what I'm going to give you is a tip. If you fire this plane up, it's only X-Plane 11 right now, and you get crashed to desktops with it, and it may come immediately, may come on short final, which really sucks that we've had, could come as you start down. If you get those, go into each one of the FlyJSim folders. You'll have 3 of them, one for the 100, one for the 200 advanced, one for the cargo. There'll be a XTCAS folder in each one of those. Remove them. Shouldn't get them. Don't know what's wrong, but it causes it to, when you have the TCAS, it causes it to crash to desktop. Hopefully, when the X-Plane 12 version comes out, which probably will be version 4, that'll be stopped. We hope. That's all we can do, folks. All right, so whatever is yellow here, just close it. Now you're on the APU. Okay, the last thing I wanted to point out, and this happens to us quite a bit, this is if you turn it on. If you turn it on to have some failures, not all of them, but some of them, it begins running your airframe, your engines, your APUs, showing you times, how they are, so forth. If something breaks, it'll tell you here. May or may not be able to fix it, but it'll at least tell you till you get on the ground. Which, you know what, when you have those systems having troubles, you ain't gonna fix them in flight. All right, we are now on the APU. So let's get our essential power and backups to APU and on both. Okay, we got our galley power still on. We're still on packs. So I am going to go ahead, kill the air cart, and kill the generator. And then I am going to get going to get this plane flying because it has a nasty habit of wanting to do that to me. But I want to finish that checklist off with you. Next, beacons on. First, ACARS on. Don't forget that, folks, if you're flying like I am for Virtual American. It's not like Virtual Pan Am where I can go back and why it didn't keep me. What happened here? Are you freaking kidding me? What's wrong with my password? Hang on, folks. We have a technical delay here. Oh, great. The site went down. Why did the site go down? Okay, let me see if our internet is having troubles, and that is a negative. Well, this stinks. Well, this really stinks, folks. That's not what I was really hoping to see them do to me today. Well, we will fly even if I can't log it. I'm just going to be very disappointed. Yeah, I'm going to be very disappointed indeed. Yep, they're, alright, so they're having troubles. Alright. Well, we won't have to start ACARS. Cool. Alright, that solves that problem. That kind of stinks, though. Let's see. Yep, this site can't be reached. Okay, well, that just narrowed that down. All right, folks, well, sorry for that delay. We'll get the beacon on anyway. And packs will, okay, so now, once they're on, packs can go off. Galley power off. And we should get a bleed air above 30. We did. Okay. All right. Now, I'll finally get the right button here. All right. So to start, you can read that real quick. I'm going to bring it back up here in a second. I'm going to get rid of our jetway. And of course, you know, as soon as the jetway pulls back, I am going to check to see if the sight came back up. Of course, I'm glad I checked. It did. All right, let me get ACARS running real quick. American. And we have a booking. And we're going to start the flight. All right. All right, so we are ready to go. Let's take a look out here real quick before we fire up, because I do see one thing. Now, folks, the doors on this do not work. That's a bummer. There is no interior. I think there's mods out there that do give it, but the doors still don't. So maybe version 4 will have it. But the rear access door here, the infamous legendary DB Cooper door, we'll talk about it in flight. Love talking about it, folks. Let's bring it up, and it's Shift F1. Okay, we'll talk about it real quick here before we push. Because FJSim included the infamous DB Cooper switch. This little lever right here, folks. The legend of DB Cooper, for those that are looking at me go, what the heck are you talking about? The legend has it, a man they called DB Cooper robbed a bank, I believe up in the Portland area, somewhere up in the Northwest. Went to the airport. Now, hang on. It gets a little fishy. I will give you that in a minute. Got on a 727, I believe it was. And I forget where the plane was going. It didn't matter where the plane was going. I believe he hijacked it and went to the back of the plane. And when he was in the back of the plane, he opened the air stair door here and jumped with the money. Okay, now there's a lot of holes in this story when you think about it. And to this day, he was never found, nor the money. And I don't even think any traces of the money have turned up. That part of the story, I don't know if I'm embellishing there or if that's true or not. So that's the legend. Now, of course, the holes are, you don't notice someone coming on an airplane with a parachute? Because they don't have parachutes on these planes, folks. That's one thing that I've always been curious. Where do you find the parachute? How do you get that in there? Oh, checked luggage. Correct. Oh, thank you, someone. 2. Why hijack a plane when you could have just knocked out a flight attendant, gotten in the back, and done it? So anyway, how the airlines now overcame this through Boeing and Douglas, because these are the only aircraft with the doors that go down. It's primarily for cooling in the DC-9, the APU area, and it's an additional help to cooling it, as well as an emergency exit. British had one in the V's, but I don't know if they had a door back here. So anyway, they installed this lever, folks, that you could buy at any five and dime hardware store out there, probably back in that day for a couple pennies. I'm sure Boeing got socked with about a $10,000 piece. Just by the way, if you know history with military contracts and all. And all it does, folks, is just like I said, that latch just goes over the door, preventing it from coming down. That's the legend of DB Cooper, and that's the reason for that switch. Prevent it from coming down in flight. A very simple item. I don't even know, to be totally honest with you, that there is a light in the old 727 DC-9s that told them it was engaged. MD-80s would be another one. I forgot about those folks. So, yeah. And as soon as the door came up, as the ground crews go around doing their checks, switch it over. I watched it when Allegiance started up here, and I'm like, oh my God, that really is on the plane. Anyway, so there you have it, folks. The legend of DB Cooper. Look it up on YouTube or a wiki. I mean, it's going to be as close as anything else you get to watch on History Channel and all of that. Like I said, a whole bunch of holes can be blown into the entire story. But I'm pretty sure it really happened, and wow. I've watched some Mayday shows, folks, and the ticket counter people sometimes make me really nervous. But anyway, we're all human, though. All right, so we're ready to push back, except we're going to power back. And dummy me, here, let me show it to you one more time, because I just realized charts was in the way. Again, that switch is right there. Like I said, it's just like a lever you can get from today, Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards, your local hardware store, five and dime store. Just a lever that goes over. It doesn't work. It's just, they actually modeled it though, which is, I mean, kudos to them. But yeah, there it is. All right. Great story though. All right, so let's do it, folks. We are going to power back. 727s, DC-9, 737, 200s were notorious for this because a lot of times in the beginning of the jetway, airline, jet age, jetways were coming into their, they got them in pretty close. St. Louis, where Ozark parked in the D concourse, there was no room for a pushback tug to get in there. So they had to power back. The other side, they had plenty of room. So that's what we're going to do here. So let's get to it. We're going to fire up some engines, shall we? Sequence for today, folks, will be number 3, then number 1, then number 2. All you have to do is move the switch down. You'll get the starter valve open light on the flight engineer's desk. And then you're just watching for 20 psi. We're on number 3, so it'll be right there, and it's at 20. Move the fuel switch up. All right, folks, I've been talking quite a bit, so I'm just going to kind of walk through it. I'll bring the checklist up again. We're working right here. Okay, let's start up number 1. Now, how do you know when it's ready to go? I'll show you here on this one. Okay, switches. Starter valves open. And if you all have watched the Fearless with me or been along with I Fly the Fearless, again, we're watching 20 is about right there, and fuel on. Okay, how do I know when they are ready for me to go to another engine? 1, your oil pressure light will go out. And then 2, when the engine stabilizes. See, it's still building, the pressure still turning. Oil pressure light just went off. And N2 is stable. EGT is coming down. It will stabilize as well. N1 is stable and your EPR is stable. We're good to go for the last engine, number 2. Did I get the right valve? Yep, it's open. Okay. Now you can already tell the autopilot's right here. So, all right, so we're just about 20. There we are. Bringing it in. Fuel's on. And you'll notice your fuel rising too. All right, oil pressure's good. Exhaust gas coming down, N1 stabilizing, as is N2, and fuel all look good. Folks, we have good engine starts. I am just going to close the lids. We'll head over here. There you go, folks. That is an engine start. So we'll go ahead and get the engines on the bus. Galley power, pack. Okay. Galley power, pack. I do them separate like that, just gives it time so it doesn't really bear down the system. Matt Air, welcome aboard. Matt 1997, love having you here. Good old 727 flight coming your way. They do a mulching. Well, you know, you ought to fertilize because there's a lot of fertilizer coming out. All right. So, finishing up the checklist here. Now, again, we can just rely on this one, folks, because when we click to the next, anti-ice as required, pitot heat, flight instruments, flight controls. You can go right down this. I have a checklist from Piedmont, which is part of Virtual American, that I use pretty heftily here to make sure I don't miss anything. The ignitions are on. Pitot heat. Let's get on and get it done. So pitot heat right here on. And start levers idle. Door lights out. Ground equipment is all clear. Anti-ice. Yaw dampers check. Flight controls. Like I said, folks, this would be probably the only time that if you were wanting the flight controls, you could put the yokes in. They really aren't as obtrusive as they are with the 747. The 747, they actually block your HSI. All right, so we'll do it. We're going to watch. This is our gauge for the flight controls in the plane. I do not like this one, said Sam I am. And it's because you can't see your ailerons, your surfaces out on the wingtips in this gauge. You just got to rely they're working. I like the one on the 747 though. It does show that. So I'll be honest, I haven't gone and dug through pictures of 727 cockpits to see, you know, what they show. Now, real quick tip here, because I already know I didn't do it. I have the other half of the hydraulics still turned off. You see, these lights would be, these lights that are lit up would be off, like the B system. There's another way to check without even having to look over there. When I turn the rudder, you see how the upper rudder moved but the lower didn't? That's because half the system's on. You come over here and turn A on, get your pressure, lights go out. While I'm here, because I forgot, got distracted by the DB Cooper story. Fuel pumps are all on. Now let's come back, and when you do your, see how they both move now. But again, the aileron part, that part kind of aggravates me that they don't have any way of you knowing they're working. Okay, and again, if you look over here, it's all dark now. These are your hydraulic pumps. Okay, so the control surfaces are good. Flaps, 20. I believe it's 4 clicks on the flap lever. At least on mine, which is the X52 Pro. You might be different. You may actually have the lever. Set it to 20. All right, folks, we are ready to go. Let's take one beautiful look out here. And if you sit here and wait on them to get out of your way, good luck. We just put it into reverse thrust. I'm going to go back. Now, our runway we're heading for, they're both in this general direction. So if I push back, as soon as that fuel truck breaks off, off. Go. And that's one of the reasons this kind of got stopped. Look at how much fuel we're burning, folks. I am like 3/4 power trying to get it to go back. Don't hit your brakes. Until you're going forward. All right, I'll be right back, folks. Okay, folks, back with you. Sorry the wife had a phone call, came up unexpectedly, and again, out of respect, we go. So let's get the trim set. And stabilizer. All you got to do, folks, is once you've got it all set here, which it is, just click in the green band and it sets it for you. Really simple system. Finally, galley powers are on, electrical set, fuel set, hydraulics, and we'll stay from here. Let's get taxiing. What do you say? Vegas traffic, TWA 154, taxi 2, runway 26 right. And for those going...
Vegas traffic, 2223, taxiing to 26 right, behind that airline.
Okay, just running through quick checks, everything's set and set and set. All right. And folks, if you're wondering why I don't put a lot out there, doesn't need to be out there. Just the fact that I'm taxiing, they don't need to know my routing. Now, if I've got a controller, I will tell them. And I, by the way, was wrong on where we would be taxiing to. And looking at the map, it's just under 9,000 feet. I am going to play it safe and take the 14,000 foot runway with this high density altitude and all of that. Oh, I got a Delta again following me. Cool. Okay, final checks. Reject. Taxi light. Turn offs. Alright folks, we're just heading on down to the runway now. Alright, 9 will go to normal, 6 will go to ground, and now those of you curious with this plane where the heck the transponder is, it's actually on the overhead panel. So, just so you know where it's hiding. Takeoff data's in and briefed. Flight attendants readied. TCAS we do not have, and we're ready for takeoff. All right. And we do have a displaced threshold. Okay. Now, one thing about Vegas, and really any high altitude airport, there are usually come afternoon time limits put in on your performance because it's hot, it's humid, and the density altitude is outrageous. And if you lose an engine, you need to be able to make sure you'll be able to fly, that you're not too heavy. Hence, a lot of your delays come from that. It's just the way it is in Vegas. I'm still shocked at the number of airlines who based here over the years and are now today hubbed. So, all right, let's do a quick scan here, because I want to do a quick get out of here. Skedaddle, Civilware, refresh. It's not refreshing. There we go. Does not look like anyone lined up. Vegas traffic, TWA 154 departing runway 26 right. We're gonna have to rechange everything.
Vegas traffic Delta 2322 lining out for runway 26 right.
There's 80 knots, cross-check, airspeeds match. Actually, that's an important check now, folks. Max power is on.
E1, rotate.
Positive rate, gears coming up. All right, let me look at this chart real quick. Okay, so we're going to be turning to 190. What I'm going to do is simply autopilot on. Okay, let me do the turn myself.
Vegas traffic Delta 2322 departing 26 right, Vegas.
Okay, what the heck? What the heck do we have going on? We have a one. Safe gear? We lose an engine. What the heck?
Traffic Southwest 4270, connection on the 1 is 1, take traffic.
Okay, hang on. Oh, I hate when it does that. Alright, hang on. I know what it was now. Okay, hang on. Alright, we got it all figured out. We don't have to return. I was like, what is wrong with my plane? Alright, so now what we're going to do, come around. Okay, let's go to the reciprocal 8. Okay, we're getting flaps retracted. And keeping an eye on our airspeed. Alright, you can see this is a fun plane. Now realize something, folks. IAS hold. Alright, we are now going to join the FMC. Okay, let's flip to GPS. And what we'll do here is we're going to go all the way down to aux. That will get us turning direct gidget. Little tricky here, folks, but nonetheless, okay, there's 10,000.
And Vegas traffic Southwest 4217 on 5 mile final.
Back,
26 left Vegas traffic.
nose down. And we got to get up here, get our lights off. Although, we need to leave our inboards on. Okay. And as we approach 280, which we're about to go over, I'll get her climbing up to make it. Okay, let me look at my APR numbers. Okay, good. All right, now our after takeoff is complete. Phew. Welcome to 727 flying, folks, at its best.
And Vegas traffic Southwest 4270 is clear back to 26 left.
Okay, we are direct gidget. We are climbing at the proper. All right. Actually, we'll go ahead and set 2992. All right, there we go, 280.
Traffic Southwest 4217, crossing 26 right at Alpha 5, 6
All right, that was fun, folks. Got a little bit of a nail biter in there. We'll go ahead and set the secondary up to Gen 2. What happened is I didn't pull our essential power to one of the engine generators, kept it on APU, which showed false readings all over the place. Everything was working fine on the ground, but in the air, it wasn't. Till I saw that, it switched it. Great. This is why. This is a 3-man crew airplane. Okay? So you got your captain, your first officer, and your flight engineer. This guy does a lot of the work, so these guys don't and just worry about fly the plane. He worries about the engines. He takes care of that. They'll take care of the throttles. He takes care of the monitoring of them. There are, I think, panels missing here on this. He can help with the radios if his workload is that which allows. But folks, it took 3 people to fly this plane. That we're doing with one, just like the 747-200. So you can see where the fun comes in with this plane. A lot of work. I'm just making sure we are where we should be. 29, 92, 92, 92. Lights are off. We can now get them all off. We'll get the wing light off, and we're trucking on now, folks. A little bit of a nail biter on the takeoff, but you know what? Overall, we're en route. All switches are set. We are now, what, 21? I'm going to wait till closer to 30,000 to close. Basically, we're closing the cooling doors up here as we get higher and higher to help with the aircraft's cooling system. And let's be nice if we have any pets inside. And we did a pack on takeoff. A lot of times you'll do a pack off takeoff. And as we look down here, no lights illuminating. And here's your other engine gauges, your pressures, temperatures, quantities. I think there's a whole bunch more that would go in here. Plus, I think there's gauging across here that FlyJSim, to their credit, you know, hey, you guys did a great job. Let's load it up. Let's see everything. If we can handle the 747-200, we can handle this plane. All right, so you know what? Let's take a look at it over Lake Mead. Whew, what a flight so far, folks. And I didn't get a chance to say it. We are in November 54341. Screenshot for y'all if you want it. Beautiful. I will say these were beautiful planes, folks. When I first started at Mid-America, 2001, just on the heels, I think American had brought TWA out of bankruptcy under American. We had an airline in Mid-America called, of all things, Pan Am, flying 727s. Not the Pan Am that you knew back in the day, folks, the one with all of the heritage and prestige. The name, yes, the airline, different. They too would go down with 9/11. But yeah, what they were fun to watch, folks. I still think that airline is in service still. I want to say charters maybe only, but it may actually schedule service down in the Florida, Caribbean area somewhere. But yeah, they're and if they are even around with 727s, I'm not sure of any. There's probably some airlines out there with them, obscured out there, but yeah, the heyday is gone with them, folks. As with the 747s. So they are slowly. Now, cargo will keep them for quite a while because they do. They fill a great niche there, folks. Whoa. The MD-11s are now going away, as with the DC-10, MD-10s, depending which version you're looking at. So yeah, the airliners we knew of are now being replaced by the buses, be it the A319, 320, 321s. More importantly, the 350, 380s, and 340s are still there, folks. Still trying to keep up, as with the Boeing NGs, 737s. 777s are beginning to start seeing some retirement in the airlines, as are others. So you'll be pretty much with just 787s soon. But guess what? That's now, this is back then. Well, that's kind of interesting to say that way. So I hope y'all enjoy the ride. We got 2 hours, 30 minutes to go to get to St. Louis. We're at 27,000 feet. Now we are about to transition the way there is no auto throttle, quote, quote, on this plane. It only looks like it when we're climbing and when we're descending. And actually in descent, I don't even use IAS or any of that. I set it vertically. But you have indicated airspeed and Mach, and all it's doing is using the amount of rate of climb to maintain your speed, not with the engines like you can in other aircraft. So more primitive here, if you will. Still way more technology than you, and you're setting it. So like today, you folks, if I've got the arrival plugged in, I'm done. All I'm doing is monitoring. I hate to say it. Wow. But yeah, we're just basically as pilots monitoring. The aircraft can literally, now the Airbus can't. You physically have to tell it to descend, but most any other aircraft, you set everything up in there and you have that the altitudes. All you're setting is what altitude to descend to and all of that. Folks, it'll do it all. To the point it'll land it. You just put it in reverse thrust. Kind of spooky, but that's the way they are moving. The big question to ask yourself is, think long and hard, how comfortable, and I know I'm talking to pilots, so we're not going to feel comfortable because we like wishing we could be that guy. Would you be walking down the jetway into a plane without any pilots? Think about that one, folks. That day and age is getting closer and closer. There's talk of dropping the required flight crew in the cockpit to 1. So we went from actually 4, because way back when there was a navigator, they got rid of him quick. Flight engineer, that took a little bit to get rid of. But eventually, he's out the airplane. So now you got the 2 up there. Crew resource management, once learned, really works. But in this day and age where computers are really taking over, Terminator days, folks, are not far away. Yeah, think about that, folks. Would you be comfortable on that airplane? Question of the day. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. We have 0.8 yet. Okay, what I'm waiting for is us to get to Mach 0.8. That's the outer ring here, folks. Once we've reached, our speed has reached that. Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Oh, do you miss this? It's still out there, sir. X-Plane 11 works just fine and dandy. Bring it along. Welcome, sir. Looked like you had yourself a handful last night flying in the Bush League. Hope you, definitely, I know you had fun. I don't need to say, I hope you had fun. I know you had fun. But welcome in the house, sir. So, just because, we'll just click in the right window here. There we go. Day gone by. I miss that airline so badly. Watch the video. It's up on the Discord channel in the general area. Here, I'll give you a link since I don't see it up here of recent. There's an invite. The story of TWA. It's actually, I've now got to go back and look at pictures of Connie aircraft and DC-6s and DC-3s, because they might say Trans World Airways, but I think they say Transcontinental Western Airways, which is what TWA started as. That, if you watch that show, you'll know what I mean. Now I got to go back and see. But yeah, interesting story here with TWA. That whole show was really good. It's a shame, and they did make mention it was one of those early airlines that got started with the airmail that made it to the turn of the century, even with deregulation. Most of them did not. And by this, we're talking the legacies. We're talking American. We're talking United. We're talking Northwest, Delta, Continental. Eastern would have been one. Pan Am would have been one. Braniff would have been one. Western would have been one. I'm still curious if they're not around still. Just not one of those you hear much about. Most of them met their demise at the end of deregulation. Pan Am, Eastern, pretty much went within a decade of it. TWA held on into the new century, as did Northwest and Continental, to eventually be gobbled up because they just couldn't do it. And it's interesting to watch the story of TWA and the story of Pan Am. You all know those two clash all the time. How TWA made it, actually, I believe the merger with Ozark saved them at least to the turning of the century. And after that, American gobbled them up. But the problem was these big airlines didn't have, especially TWA and Pan Am. Well, TWA did, but not to the extent until Ozark came on board. Domestic routes. Pan Am had none. So they had no way to survive other than hoping people get on their planes to go overseas. And it just, oversight on their part, but hey, when they regulated the airlines in the late 70s, early 80s, it played murder on these legacies, and it murdered them basically. But yeah, over on our Discord channel, when you sign in, boom, you'll see it. Just scroll up, you have to, a little bit. You'll see the story of TWA. I've been meaning to put the story of Pan Am and the demise of Pan Am up, but I just keep forgetting. All right, well, let's see where we are here, folks, because I think we're close to 35,000. Definitely Mach. We're at 0.80, so we'll switch in now to Mach hold. And again, all it's doing is the same thing it did before, holding it by speed. So if we were slowing down, it'd lower the nose. If we were speeding up, it'd raise the nose. But once we hit 35,000 feet, folks, you control the throttles. You control it. Now, you got used to this as you flew the plane to know where to set it. You knew the EPRs to set and fly with. So I don't have those charts. So I do the best I can. All right, let's definitely make sure we're closed up. All right. Galley power's on, packs are on, Gasper and cargo heats are on. Normal, hydraulics are on, flight, and check up here. Almost to 35,000, folks. So I hope you all enjoy the ride over to St. Louis, the Gateway. We do have the new St. Louis scenery that came out when X-Plane 12 came out. It was made for X-Plane 11. I have it in X-Plane 12. For the most part, it works. The only thing I haven't seen on it is the Metro Link. And if you're not familiar with it because you don't live in the St. Louis area, then you're not missing out. But if you are and have been to Lambert and seen it, it's a neat thing to see. It's just the little train that we have from the airport to Scott Air Force Base, roughly 50, 60 miles apart. That connect, it's you know, a bus on a train track. How about we look at it that way? So it's not a subway by any means, although it does go underground for a very short period. But that's the only thing missing. So far, I have yet to see. Now, I thought I saw Santa Fe running a train across it. That would be wrong. show altitude select going. Still on. Let's just make sure we level off. And that we can continue on. Okay, climb, by the way, we bring up that checklist again. Let's go to the takeoff one. Okay, here you go. Takeoff power 97%, climb 92, flaps up by 200, 10,000 feet go to 280, 29,000 Mach hold if you're 0.78. I don't think we were, but that's okay. We're now. I was wrong. I thought it was 0.8. That's what I get for not reading my own checklists. After takeoff, one more time, seatbelts will go ahead and turn off since we're in the cruise. Seatbelts. And we are leveling off. Now we just want to hold 0.80. And again, we're going to do that with the throttles. And the altitude hold is on. All right, we are on our way. Gears up and off. Flaps up, no lights. I drop. And who's going to talk to me? Denver. Well, let me finish my checklist, then I'll get to you. Pressure's checked in. We're set. What do we want? 127.65. Denver Center, TWA 154 is with you. We're level, flight level 350 to St. Louis. Maybe. Yes, no, maybe. Denver Center, TWA 154, radio check. We were working, folks. Oh, it's me. Denver Center, TWA 154, level, flight level 350.
TWA 154, Denver Center, squawk 1061.
1061 for TWA 154. Ugh.
Delta 23, OT2 radar, contact 24 miles to southwest of the page viewer.
6.
Radar contact, Roger, Delta 2322.
Denver Center, good day. This is Qatar Airways 199er, just a little bit north, I think, of M. Mike Lima Foxtrot. I think we cut your airspace for a few hours, a few minutes.
German 2 Papa Whiskey Denver Center, squawk 7361.
7361 for FlyJSim Denver Center.
Want to see if the volume works in here. I was on the wrong frequency, folks. That's why it didn't work.
UA 154 radar contact 30 miles to the northeast of the page viewer.
Sounds good to me. All right, we're just slowing down.
Fly German 2 Papa Whiskey radar contact 17 miles to the east of the Black Forest viewer.
All right, folks, we're in cruise. Hope you enjoy the ride. Two hours to go. Just looked up at the clock. Enjoy the ride.
Denver Center Citation 7, Delta Grand Teleroute.
We'll be chatting with you here shortly.
November 7 Delta Lima, Hurricane Station received, frequency change approved.
I don't think that works on this one. Works on the 747-200. So, folks, if it's overbearing in a stream like this, you can always turn it down. So, I myself probably need to be turned down too. I can already see you all turning volumes down. Hey, we love keeping you on the air, but you know, if you need to mute us, great. But try to keep us up. Helps us with the numbers. And folks, if you're new, click that follow button. We'd love to have you aboard on future live flights. Those of you in the world of YouTube watching this as it comes out, if you hit that subscribe button, that'll let you know, and ring the notification bell there. Make sure it's turned on for you. You'll get notified when new videos come out from us. Basically, what we do is we'll take this flight, this, what we say, 2.5 hour flight. Let me see, sim brief put us at 3 hours, my bad. So probably around 4.5 hour stream. We just throw it to YouTube and it's all there for you to see. We don't edit too much unless something happens that doesn't need to go out on the airwaves. But yeah, if you hit that subscribe button, you folks, you'll find out. Both ways, free, no money out of your pocket, and you're just out supporting the channel in that way. So for now, we're going to sit on the side here, watch the chat room, and enjoy a nice flight to St. Louis.
check your mic.
Apologies, it's Skyhawk 1256 uniform. We're on the ground at Fort Collins in the run-up 33, runway 33 run-up area, and we're looking for a taxi for pattern work.
Skyhawk 1256 uniform, Denver Center, runway 33, taxi via Alpha. We're calling altimeter 3004. 3004 and taxi 33 via Alpha 1256 uniform.
Alright folks, we're still level. Trying to experiment with this camera. I love this view. Although, actually from here is what I would rather like. Let me see if I can't set it. Oh, I saved it. Oh, I couldn't get it to save last trip, folks. I had to go to the old-fashioned way. How about that? Alright, so we are cruising along, folks. Denver Center has us for quite a ways of the trip. About halfway to the gateway. And then we'll switch into Kansas City airspace if they come up, or the rest of the way into St. Louis. So, I hope you all have a great weekend. I'm back into work tomorrow. Really apprehensive. Hopefully this all, we've actually opened up part of the new terminal. Wow, was it giving? We only had one flight on our trip. What problems we had. And tomorrow we get our dose of 5 or 6 flights, and it's going to be a challenge, both for us and for those that handle the planes, because one of the gates is temporarily out of service. So yeah, you know, let's just hand tie us. But you know, that's how change occurs, folks, when something new comes online. Sometimes it's got a little pain to it before it gets better. So hopefully it will get better. I know it will. So It's just we've all been used to something for 20, almost 30 years. And, you know, you just changed it. You got a lot of heads going, what? So, but anyway, that's called life. So, but I'll tell you this much, we couldn't ask for better weather this week. Wow. Well, last day or two, whoa, has it been nice here. That front back door through here, and we are in the 70s right now, and maybe into the very low 80s.
United 583, runway 25, taxi via Bravo, November Golf.
And we have the same tomorrow, walking outside.
German 2 Papa Whiskey, opposite direction, traffic at your 12 o'clock at flight level 380, about 20 miles, port side.
Get some screenshots if you want them, folks. Always in a turn looks really good. Well, we're in Colorado. We just crossed Dove Creek, headed to Hugo.
Roger.
Wow, there's quite a bit of aircraft in the air with virtual American folks. Hey, if you all are looking for, okay, let me preface this. If you all, where do I work again, Melvin asks? Mid-America Airport, Kilo Bravo, Lima Victor, CIKO. It's Illinois side of St. Louis. We're about 20 miles from the river. Allegiant is our airline. Trying to and if you're looking for an airline, folks, now this airline I'm going to recommend to you. I'm going to go ahead and give it to you, but let me preface it, because some aren't ready for the level they'll take you to. They really have standards set high. You've got to read, understand before you sign proverbially on the dotted line. You get to fly for American and many of its subsidiaries like Republic, Piedmont, I don't know, some of the historical TWAs, America West, big story there. So that you have at your fingertips. However, for American, okay, for American, say you want to fly an A320 flight, where you can't fly the tolless A320, or fly by wire, FBW, I think that's what that stands for. I don't fly in that sim world, sorry folks. Because they're Neos. American does not have that version, so you will get rejected. But they fly 319s from Tolis. I think they said the only Neo, and I don't want to get into that because I don't want to give you wrong information. So I'm just going to look at the handbook, look at what you can do. Understand this going in. Understand that they are one of those airlines that are elevated due to better landings. They don't, get a hard landing. They may reject it, folks. It's a little different of a virtual airline than most are used to. So, but I say all of that to warn you, because there are people out there. I used to be one of those that kind of got a little too much. I'm not here as a job. I'm here to relax. But then some of these challenges, check them out. Decide for yourself. I will recommend them, but just realize those caveats can be rough. Piedmont's the same way. That's, I'm just scared when I turn them down that I won't hear me. So, but yeah, just gotta be open to the fact they're pretty strict. Okay, but if you know that going in, you're okay with it, sign on the dotted line and join up. Otherwise, hey, there are a lot of virtual airlines out there, folks. There's one out there for you. So, and we fly for, myself, I fly for...
Good afternoon, Golf Delta, Whiskey Charlie, Lima inbound, Hotel Golf Oscar, 380. Golf Delta, Whiskey
I
Charlie,
think
Lima,
my count is right, 5 virtual airlines. I fly for Virtual American, Virtual Piedmont, or Piedmont Virtual, I forget how he's titled it. Mac Air, we flew that yesterday, you saw. FedEx, FedEx Express Virtual, and Sim Air Force. And I keep current every month with them, folks. I've got a running tally of what I've flown. FedEx and Piedmont and American require you to fly from where you were. I haven't been, unless you jump seat. Mac Air doesn't, Sim Air Force would like you to, but doesn't require it. So,
Whiskey Charlie, Lima, also verified, Squawk Mode Charlie. Could you repeat that for Golf Delta, Whiskey Charlie, Squawk Mode Charlie.
all right, so there you go, folks. Great virtual airlines for you to think about out there. But Virtual American, I gave you the link. Check them out. They're part of, let's see, Virtual American, Piedmont Virtual, Spirit, EasyJet. I think are the other two you can become part of. Now, it doesn't mean you fly for American, you've committed, your commitment for the others is taken care of. You got to fly for them, folks. So, but I really like this whole management style they're doing. And very thankful to them that my beloved TWA is here.
Golf Delta Whiskey Charlie, Lima, radar contact 17 miles to the west of the Goodland Viewer.
As I joined Piedmont Virtual, I think a few months later, they had TWA. And because they do a lot of historical airlines, that one went out. I'm like, oh. But I also like Piedmont, folks, so I can't complain there. But yeah, great bunch of people there. I've enjoyed it. There's been a couple times I've grumbled. But it's been all in, why? and I finally learned why, and oh yeah, okay. I think I've become a better pilot over here than any of the 10,000 hours prior to this. So. All right, enough on that. Let's get back into it. Y'all are here to see the gorgeous 727 in flight. And let's just come around her. Again, this is X-Plane 11, folks. It's not compatible yet with 12. Oh, when that day comes. But I'm going to tell you, the X-Plane 11 scenery is not bad, folks. The only thing that I would like to see this plane in is in that new weather engine they have in X-Plane 12 for the, as Austin puts it, the volumetric clouds. I mean, they are dynamite at 12. Like I said, scenery looks outstanding. Folks, you're at 35,000 feet. Do I expect to see Grandma's house below me? No. So, that's only when I start descending and get under 10,000 feet, if not under 5,000 feet. And even then, I'm not looking. I'm more concerned about what's ahead of the plane at 150 knots.
Denver Center, American 1410, ready for pushback.
All right, so we are not going to be flying Denver right now, I think.
Okay, pushback first line, American 1410, thanks.
No, we're going to be more over Colorado Springs. Had to look at my flight plan. And basically, you know, I'm looking at the map right now for Virtual American. We've got 8 aircraft, I think, in the air currently, maybe more. And that's actually not bad. Not bad during the week on a Friday. It just dawned on me, Melvin Leroy. School's out, isn't it?
Uniform runway 3, thanks. Looking for the option. Working out to 33, 5 uniform.
Okay, let's look at it from the other side. I am going to turn off one set of lights. Don't think we need the logos at this altitude. Let me see if I can cut the noise down a little on the plane. There we go.
Center Skyhawk 56 uniform. Any chance we can switch to runway 15? Looks like the weather just updated. Roger, November 3, 56 uniform. Make a right to 180. Enter right down under runway 15. Right 180 to enter the right down runway 15. Skyhawk 156 uniform. Thank you. 56 uniform runway 15, cleared for the option. 15, cleared for the
Got a little fast there, folks, by not much.
Denver Center, American 1410, ready to taxi with Golf.
All right, let's see.
American 1410 Denver Center, runway 25 taxi Alpha November, Golf, and information hotel is correct.
Okay, 25, yeah, Alpha November Golf, and hotel is present. Is that correct?
All right, we still have an A320neo behind us and above us. Okay, we continue on, folks, as we're beginning to approach Colorado Springs. Once we're past there, get ready for flat country. Albeit on the ground it's hilly, but in the air it looks flat all the way over to the Appalachians. A little bit of a ridge here and there with the Ozarks, although we're kind of north of them. But then, yeah, pretty well flat.
Center, Skyhawk 56 uniform. Do you want left or right traffic on 15? Make right traffic 56 uniform. Right traffic 56 uniform. German 2 Papa Whiskey in my airspace, Minneapolis, on Flying Services, starting frequency change correct. Such to call on 1 to 2 officer, intake, okay, Fly German 2 Whiskey Heavy. Yes, we heavy.
Denver Center, Pacific 6696 with you, 37,000, passenger in neighborhood.
Oscar America, calling say call sign on.
Sorry, so you came in a little broken up. Repeat.
America, calling say call sign on.
6696.
Pacific 6696, I'm not showing you anywhere.
Alright, this would have been when I'd like to have seen the clouds with this plane, but they're still really good with X-Plane 11.
Good afternoon, Denver Center, American 2093.
Denver Center, 1410, hold short 25, and I'm ready to depart.
American 2093, Denver Center, ident. American 2093, radar contact 62 miles to the southeast of the Tuba City viewer. American 1410, runway 25, clear for takeoff, Denver, winds are variable, and 4.
Clear for takeoff 25, American 1410. Sorry about that. I couldn't get that ident to go.
Well, I am kind of curious. What is tonight's Friday night ops? I'm starting to think out west again, like usual. I just looking at the screen. Granted, we're way early to think that, but Friday night ops, I'm thinking might be in Oakland, but I don't know. So I hope y'all enjoy it. I won't be up for it. I'll be getting ready for tomorrow, trying to figure out how we're going to do things and all that good fun stuff. So, but for now, that's tomorrow. Today, we are coming over Colorado Springs, headed for St. Louis. And we seem to be doing pretty good at this EPR setting of 187. So we'll kind of watch it and see what's going on. Let's check our...
And Center Skyhawk 56 uniform, just for your information, this will be our last one. This will be our full stop. 56 uniform, runway 15 clear to land. Runway 15 clear to land, Skyhawk 1256 uniform.
Alright, everything looks good over here. Up top, looking good.
American 1410, radar contact the altitude.
American 1410, passing to 7,500.
American 1410, climb and maintain flight level 300.
And 300, American 1410.
You know, some people need to have some fun with the controllers. They need it. They say altitude, just say altitude. You're following directions. I know, they'd get mad at me too. Alright, need a little push here. Ooh, not that much of a push. I'm right at that point, folks, where I'm at, where if you go any further, technically, the throttles I use puts it into, if I was in a fighter, I'd be in military power, which is afterburner. So, yeah. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can't get rid of that. Da, 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 da. Oh, there it is. I went right by it. As we head over Colorado Springs at this time, looking at the ATIS here, the weather out of the south, the winds are at 6. Scattered clouds, broken at 20,000. Beautiful day in Colorado Springs near Pikes Peak. Let's take a look out here. Yeah, got clouds, so we really can't see much. Yeah, that show, TWA. I really got to start looking at airplanes closer. Because the Trans World Airways, from what they were saying, didn't really come to be until the late 60s. Mid to late 60s. Pretty much with the advent of the 707 and 727s. Oh, there's Colorado Springs right there. That's the airport.
Frontier Flight 690, information on tail taxi. Frontier Flight 690, runway 8 taxi via Mike. Runway 8 via Mike, Frontier Flight 690.
Alright folks, if you're wanting to join in, fly along with Mike, hey, a lot of airports you can start off from to catch up to us. Wichita, Topeka, Lincoln,
we're going to make out 4 here.
Denver, Colorado Springs, and
And
love to have a little line going into St. Louis for Springfield and Kansas City.
Thank you.
So, you know, think about it. Little Rock, you could come up and be in the pattern with us at least. So we're about halfway there, folks. So yeah, come in and join. I mean, Delta's following us. Second flight in a row. Love having him back there. Hope his flight's going well as can be. He's a couple thousand feet above us and a little slower than what we're doing across the ground, but he's just about to get to Colorado Springs.
November 25 Alpha Echo, Denver Center, clear to Denver Lens 9, departure to Lens 10 as filed. Maintain 16,000, squawk 4340. Request Denver Lens 9, Lens 10 as filed, maintain 16,000, 4340 on the jet 25,000.
You know, another place you could join us from, folks, is where we went yesterday, Northwest Arkansas. That was a great airport, folks. Get yourself rolling. Takes a few minutes to get airborne, but once you do, folks, you gotta, by the time we get in that area, you'll be joining the flight into St. Louis. So we'd love to have you. Folks, if you're new to the channel, hey, we'd love you to click follow. You click follow, it's free.
938, flight level 360.
Hang on a second. They are getting. If you click follow, it's free, and you'll know the next time we fly live, you'll get a email.
7761. 7761, no, 938.
Also, if you're following us on YouTube and want to be a part of our live show broadcasts, we try to put, there's a link always in there to Twitch. That's where we fly live on. Just click into that link, look down into the notes and look for the schedule and see when our next flight is in. Feel free to come along and join us. You'll find this flight, the flight that you've watched that on, will probably be a few weeks, down the road, but that schedule we try to keep up to date as much as possible. So, just some ways you can help support the channel, being out here and flying with Mike when we're airborne. Love to have you with us. Like I said, we have a Delta aircraft behind us, and love having them with us. Missed seeing you come into Northwest Arkansas yesterday, but we love having you aboard, folks. So thank you for flying with Mike, and we'll just kind of keep cruising along here.
Center release at 47 Aspen, for San Jose, information Tango.
Last aircraft call and say call sign only.
Elite 647.
Elite 647, Denver Center, clear to San Jose Airport, minus 9 departure to land. And as filed, maintain 16,000, squawk 3771.
Okay, cleared San Jose, lens 9 to lens, then as filed, maintain 16,000, squawk 3771, Elite 647.
Room 2, flight 690, runway 8 cleared for takeoff, wind is a fair about 5.
Runway 8 cleared for takeoff, front 2, flight 690.
Denver Center, Southwest 437, flight level 380.
Southwest 347, Denver Center, squawk 7617.
7617 for Southwest 437.
Center Honda 25 Alpha Echo is ready taxi. Honda 25 Alpha Echo, runway 33 taxi via Alpha and ATIS information Tango is correct. 33 via Alpha, Leo Tango, Honda 25 Alpha Echo.
And Denver Center, Southwest 437.
Southwest 437, Denver Center, good.
Okay, so there's a bit of a problem here. So I'm doing shared cockpit right now, and my co-pilot has fallen asleep, and so he's the one, and he's disconnected from the shared cockpit, and I'm connected as an observer, so I'm unable to possibly see my squawk or anything.
Roger, are you able to identify?
Affirm. In fact, if you want me to, I can reconnect with a different call sign, and I can refollow a flight plan if that's what you'd like.
Good, just that should work.
Alright, thanks. Yeah, so just to let you know, if you see another Southwest 437 going across your airspace and not responding, then that's probably my co-pilot.
Roger. Roger, flight 690, radar contacts altitude.
Roger, flight 690, 6,700.
Roger, flight 690, common, maintain flight level 370.
370, front 2, flight 690.
Denver Center United 4785 on the ground at Denver, ready to push and start.
And 4785, push and start, approved, push straight back, stop the first line.
Let's say again, United 4785.
United 4785, push and start, approved, push straight back, stop the first line.
Was that push straight? Just confirm push straight back and stop at the first line for United 4785.
Affirm.
Alright, we'll do that. United 4785.
And Denver Center, we're back again, but we're now Southwest 348, 50380, and Swelton 7617.
Southwest 348, recycle transponder, squawk 1626.
1626 for Southwest 348.
Center release it for 7 Atlantic for text.
647, runway, Big D, taxi V Alpha.
3 Alpha, release it for 7.
Up to 25 Alpha Echo is ready to go 33.
Jet 25 Alpha Echo, runway, Big D, cleared for takeoff.
30 clear for takeoff, Jet 25 Alpha Echo.
Southwest 348, radar contact 24 miles to south of Hill City VR.
And Southwest 348, can we request a possible higher or lower altitude? My co-pilot's getting really close to me on the network.
Southwest 348, descend to maintain flight level 360.
360, thanks, 348.
United 583, my airspace hauling centers offline ASS is terminated. Frequency change approved.
United 583, over to good day. And Southwest 348, you might want to scramble the jets on that guy.
Unable against vessel policy.
I know, I was just joking.
Nomadic 938, descend via the logger 2 arrival, descend via the longest 2 arrival, Denver Airline South Denver altimeter 3004.
3004, descend via the longest 2, Nomadic 938. Center release it for 7, holding short 33.
846, runway 330, line up and wait.
3 line up and wait.
November 5 Alpha Echo, radar contact, say altitude.
10,200 for 16,000, Jet 2 Alpha Echo.
Jet 2 Alpha Echo, climb and maintain flight level 230.
Climb maintain flight level 230, Jet 25 Alpha Echo.
Well, Josh Donaldson, 28, thank you for the follow. We sure appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the ride into St. Louis and future flights. You'll be receiving emails if you click notifications to let you know when we're flying again. So, but again, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the support of the channel. We appreciate you. All right, folks. Yeah, a lot of reason I stay quiet, let all that.
Elite 647, runway 330, cleared for takeoff.
Lead very clear for takeoff, lead 647.
Oh, I tell you. Some of the things you hear on FATSEM. Alrighty. And that's, let's see, first time chat from Josh here. I've been watching and I forgot to follow. Well, I sure appreciate you. Shame on you for forgetting. No, just kidding. Welcome aboard, sir. We appreciate you. We love having you aboard. And again, thanks for the first time chat as well. Look forward to seeing you on future flights. All right, folks, so we're just kind of cruising along here with about an hour to go to the gateway city.
647 radar contacts altitude.
Passing 8,300.
And we'll soon be out of Denver Center's territory.
Level 430.
To 430, least percent.
But we'll just keep trucking on here, folks, for gateway. Currently, we're at 35,000, trying to hold Mach 0.80. So, interesting flight today. See how the live map's doing today. Yesterday it wasn't doing well. Oh, I think we have a live map today. Let's bring that into play here. Let me
Denver
just.
Center United 4785 ready to taxi.
United 4785, runway 25, taxi via Bravo November Golf.
Q5 via Bravo November Golf
Let me
United
bring that in so
4785.
you all can see it. You know, we are using Sim Toolkit here, folks. And it is a wonderful program. A lot of tools here. The big ones I like using are the flight planning and landing performance data it gives you, or scoring, however you want to say it. Those teach me a lot in what I'm doing wrong, what do I need to correct. Doesn't specifically say, well, you need to pull that nose up another half degree, but it does give you an idea number-wise what you're doing. So this is the live map. Now there's another one that goes with the flight summary. Very similar, except it's a little pulled over to here because it's got a lot of data for your airports, departure, arrival, which we don't have up, obviously.
VA 154 in Southwest 348. Opposite direction, traffic flight level 350 and flight level 360, 5 miles. Report site for TWA first.
At TWA 154, we're looking.
We're also looking for 348. Where did you say he was?
Flight level 350, 12 o'clock, about 2 miles now.
I see him. I think I just saw him pass by for 348.
154 had the traffic in sight, has passed.
Okay.
And has disappeared. That quickly. Wow. I'd expect to have been able to see him. Boy. Well, I'd have to look at my settings and all. I don't know what I'm set for and how far out I can see. X-Plane has always been kind of weird about how far you can see. So, anyway. But yeah, getting back, well, you guys wouldn't have seen that because Sim Toolkit's up. So sorry about that, folks. Let me get it up on my end. So this is just one of those great tools where you can see what's up on your network, be it FATSIM, POSCON. If you're on IVAO, you can set that to be up there. I even think Pilot's Edge can be up here, even though I don't know why. It's a West Coast thing. POSCON, for those that fly on there. I can and have it in a long time on X-Plane 11. I just can't get it to work in X-Plane 12. So I haven't gone back either to figure it out. And that would be this box down here for Atlanta Center. But it also shows you your observers and all of that. Now the blue traffic that you see out here, those are Sim Toolkit aircraft. Pilots using Sim Toolkit. Not to say these green ones aren't, but they're VATs. Okay, but I like this. I like showing it off because it shows you where we are. It even tells you what they're predicting top of descent is, which that is wrong. We'll get into that here soon. So I'm waiting to break free of this center so we can get that clutter out of my ears, and I can do a better briefing here for you. Plus, we still got, I think, 600 to 700 miles to go, but we're fine at that point. But you can see the weather that's stacking up out here. Yesterday's flight took us into right about, oh, not that one. I thought that flight might have. So right around Fayetteville here. So yeah, like I said, folks, places like Dodge City, Wichita, Topeka, Denver even, you could get out there. Kansas City. If you want to join the conga line headed for St. Louis, by all means, folks, now's the time to start thinking about getting your plane warmed up and ready to go. Joplin and Springfield are other possibilities. So, as well as Fayetteville. So, anyway, folks, I just wanted to show this off here. We'll be back to it here shortly to do our arrival brief. So, just an awesome program, Sim Toolkit. Volanta's very similar. It's just the data you get for the landing isn't as comprehensive as Sim Toolkit, as I've seen today. Now, that could change. I mean, there's been a while since I've used Volanta. You'll see when we land.
2322 southwest 346 opposite direction traffic, flight level 370, flight level 360,
Up
about
with
10 miles.
one of the aircraft following us.
Go first.
That's 2322. We'll be looking out for that southwest. Are you talking about me for southwest 348?
Confirm.
Roger that.
And southwest 348, that traffic's now 12 o'clock, 2 miles, flight level 370.
We have the traffic at site 348.
Southwest 348, you can descend via the Clash 4 arrival, Denver landing south, Denver route 1030 to 04.
Descend via the Clash 4 for southwest 3.
Did he say Crash 4?
And Delta 2322, we have traffic at site.
I'm sorry, folks. I kind of find that funny, considering the business I'm in. Oh, I'm going to have to look that up.
Cali cleared ILS from A16 left approach.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't
We're going to 16 left, approach at Cali tonight, 950 heavy.
Oh, folks. That would have been better tomorrow. Oh, man. All right.
United 4785, ready to
But again, welcome everybody aboard.
4785,
Hope y'all enjoy. Anyone new, smash that follow button. Love to have you. Future flights. Should be getting very close to exiting the airspace. Yep, very close.
QDOA before they go in my airspace. In the city center, the flight services terminated. Frequency change approved.
TWA 154 copies. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great day. Right, we're over and quiet again. That got a little obnoxious. Sorry, folks. I know y'all love the ATC. Sometimes it's a little much. Let me get some stuff reset in here. Boy, I hate this. Right at this notch on my throttles. That should do it perfect. It's right on that hump of that notch from full power to full military power, which would be full power, then full afterburner. All right, so now that the airspace is quieting down a little, we need a flyby. From what I've heard, some sims can't do this. All right, first thing we're going to do here before the arrival brief, let's see exactly what's going on in St. Louis. Because we may have to reset SimToolkit. Every now and then it seems to lose connection. Thank goodness it hasn't. All right, so 130, we're landing south, if you will, 10 miles, scattered 25,000. 27 degrees Celsius. Beautiful day here in the Gateway. 27. What is? Hang on, I'm checking my conversion chart. Oh yeah, low 80s right now outside, folks. Boy, in the summer you just love days like this, especially after you go through a long stretch of very hot ones. We haven't done that yet. It's coming. We're only June. Wait for July. That's when the real heat usually hits. Late June, early July, right at that solstice. All right, so looking good there. Now, one thing you guys can do anytime in your flights, if you're in the U.S., let me give you a tip. If you go to this website, if the airport you're going to says DATIS, go to that website. When you click on it, I'm getting it pulled up on my end. And you know what? Instead of me talking about it like this, let's get in here and let me just make sure. I'm glad I. There we go. All right, you'll get a page like this. You click that website, datis.cloud, CLOWD.io. It brings up this. What you're doing is you're being proactive in knowing what's going on, albeit real world versus what FJS may do. Sometimes those controllers don't follow it, okay? But at least you're thinking ahead. And we're going to St. Louis, so let me pull up St. Louis here, STL. Now this only works in the United States, lower 48, and territories, so Alaska, Hawaii, San Juan, and a few others. But now what you're seeing is the actual ATIS as of 1751 Zulu being broadcast in the real world out of Lambert. Gives you a lot of great information. currently, since we don't see any FICON NOTAMs for friction. That would be if we're wet or contaminated runway. But we do see the current METAR, 130 at 10, or at 5, 10-mile visibility. Currently, they're a visual approach to runway 11. Departing, 12 left. Runway 12 right, closed. So they've got them set up so you can land a mile apart. Granted, the weather doesn't matter with the instruments. And then it tells you the taxiways, statuses, stuff like that. St. Louis ASDE is out of service. Personnel and equipment adjacent to runways and taxiways. Not sure what's going on with that. Maybe they're out mowing. But this is the real world, folks. So you've now figured out we're going to be coming in either 11 or 12 left. Now, granted, we're not real world. 12 right is wide open for us. But if you wanted to, if FJS comes up, they will probably close 12 right to you. Unless you're a 747 wanting to go to Frankfurt, they may open it then. Okay? So that's how that works. That's one way to get ahead of the game. Now, of course, if Kansas City were up, they may have an ATIS already in place, and you could click on it and find out what FJS is saying. All right, now that we know our weather, we're landing on 11. Let's go ahead and get Sim Toolkit up here. Let me put us back in the cockpit here. And I'm going to go ahead this time around using Sim Toolkit. Show off some things you can do here. And I'm sure Volanta has the abilities in some way. And you can swoop. ATC is starting to come up all around here in the Midwest. Okay, so we're approaching Salina. We still got a few miles to go. However, let's pull up NavGraph down here. There's our flight. Surprise. Okay, now I am setting it up for the ILS 11 to help us get on track to make our landing. Okay. First thing I want to always do is figure out my top of descent. Because how this... Okay, first off, when I put Hoover 8 in for departure, it didn't put it in. All it put in was the go out and the turn that would be required. That was it. It did not put in Gidget, Nickel, PGA, or even DVC. So, default, I'm not going to get all puffy. Had this been a payware aircraft with payware software inboard, it should do better than that. Now, I will try it on other aircraft, see how that happens. Hoover 8 is a standard departure. It's not an RNAV departure. Hang on, we're getting a little fast here. Kind of figured we're going to be bouncing right on that hump there. Okay. All right, so what we're going to be doing are VOR to VOR, station to station type approach. Instead of fix to fix to fix, because technically you wouldn't have that until the very, very end of the 727's life, where some airlines did put FMCs in them. Even INS, it's not easy because you got to get the actual coordinates for it. So, all right, so you can see where we are. Let me quickly pull up the FMC. That should be pretty decently visible. Okay. So you can see currently they're projecting 580 miles ahead of us, the top of descent. Okay. How I formulate this is I go to the actual arrival coop. Let's find out if we have any restrictions. All right, looking at the chart, we're going to be coming in from Napoleon. Kansas City is like right up in here, and we'll drop down to Napoleon, to Pudsey, to Coop, to KLAS, which is 11,000 feet. Okay, I'm going to switch back to legs. You can see all the way to Napoleon. It was KLAS, correct? Yes. Oh, that's why. I'm trying to figure out, why do I have it so horrible? Hang on a second. I need to... Okay. All right. So what I've done, I altered it slightly, and I'll explain it here in a minute, because I figured out why we were showing 35,000 feet. It didn't close like I thought I had it. All right, so we're coming in. Let's go back to progress. And what I did here, folks, is basically adjusted the FMC for what we're going to need to do. Okay, we're going to fly, just like I said, Napoleon to Pudsey to Coop, 11,000 here at KLAS. That's kind of high, but we'll get the aircraft under control and get it down. At Forrestal, we're going to turn for our transition to the ILS runway 11. Okay, so let me show you. That is going to be Sistine, which is an almost 18-mile final. Albeit, we may come in tighter here because we may see the airport. It's a visual, but I'm using the ILS to help us out. Okay. So, at FTZ or Forrestal, we'll head to Sidzi and then grab the localizer into 111 or into runway 11. Okay, now the Coop 1, like I said, it's a standard arrival, so we can fly Napoleon. As we come down, we should be able to pick up Forrestal out here, track Forrestal all the way in, using Columbia to help identify Pudsey and Coop. Pretty cool, huh? Then, continue on 25 miles to KLAS. 11,000 for us. We're landing runway 11. Okay, at Forrestal, which is another 11 miles up, we'll make the turn direct Sidzi. Now they're saying we're supposed to track on the 82 to August and Snyder before we vector to the runway. So my guess is they would have wanted us to do something like this. We did a little different. Okay, so let's go to the ILS for runway 11. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hide this. Okay, now you remember when I brought up the information about going to the DATIS site that I showed you? This is how you would know. If you pull up an airport and it says DATIS, the U.S. and U.S. territories only. So I'm talking lower 48, Alaska, Hawaii, San Juan. I think Guam was on it. Don't quote me on it. But that's it, folks. Won't get Frankfurt because I know it says it. Vienna, Rome. Those I don't know how yet to get ahead of time. So... but it's nice that we have that site to use in the U.S. And before I go any further, do not use any of what you're seeing in the real world. That's what ForeFlight's for, and whatever it can do for you. Okay? Keep that in mind, folks. This is for simulation only. Don't want to get the FAA coming after me. All right, so D-ATIS, there's your approach. Tower frequencies, 132, 475. Yeah, it will be whatever they came up on. All right, then the ground. Okay, so we're going to be concerned with this one, 1195. We have to put that in on this plane. We also have to put in 123. So as we track from Forrestal up to Cincy or whatever, we're going to have that frequency tuned in so we can turn it. Folks, it's not going to take much. We're not going all the way up to catch 12. Okay, so JXR right here at 7.5 miles out, 2,500 feet, 1,800 feet above the ground, almost 1,900 feet. You should be on the glide slope, fully configured for landing, ready to go. Decision altitude is 818 MSL, 200 AGL. We'll set the radar altimeter appropriately. Here's our missed approach. It's pretty much a straight out to moves and hold. Final requirements needed for this approach. It's an ILS approach, folks. Okay, down here in the bottom half of the page, this is our vertical. So we're planning 5,000 at Cincy. Over to Zovan, and then we start descending in the treasure, what I like to say, that treasure chest X marking the spot means that's where you've got to make sure you're on glide slope and descending 2,500 feet at JXR. You could be on the glide slope, folks. Make sure you're coupled. From JXR to the missed approach, this little chart is really handy. I think we're going to be around 140 to 130. So let's plan 2 minutes, 24 seconds. At that point, folks, if we cross it, don't see the runway, we're supposed to go around. Also, it's going to be anywhere, we'll call it 700 feet a minute, unless our approach speed is higher. Then we'll be closer to 740 feet per minute on our descent to maintain 3 degrees. Okay. And again, we'd have to interpolate what 130, this line, would be between these two times. And I would guess 235, somewhere in that ballpark. Appears we do not have oh, yes, we do. I'm not sure why it's missing here. What's missing there? I don't know. But anyway, oh, I know. This is usually over there. We have a full load of approach lights, which probably won't need PAPIs, and the missed approach again. Now, this part down here is what it takes for you to be able to shoot the approach, which also ends up being your minimums where you go around. So if you get a METAR that's reading below 200 feet AGL on your ceiling, again, that has to be a broken or overcast. Fog is a tricky one. I don't know how that plays into this. Okay, but you've got to have an RVR higher than 18 or a half mile of visibility. That is required for all aircraft coming in on that runway. So 200 feet and a half mile is, if it's lower than that in the METAR, you're not even able to shoot the approach. You're going to have to go to Cat 2, Cat 3, which do bring the numbers down. If you lose some lights, you see how you can still get the 18 and a half by having a flight director, autopilot, or HUD. Okay, so there's our charts, folks. And now we are almost to Kansas City. Look at that, just moving across the sky. See how we're doing speed-wise. We're getting a little slow. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull Sim Toolkit for now. How far out are we? 155 miles because of that change, folks. So let's get our landing data. Right now we're calling a VREF of 129 with current aircraft conditions with flaps 30. So watch the bugs here, they're gonna change. So 200 is our flaps up speed, or we'll start putting them in a lot quicker. 140, 130, so approach 140, so 743 feet a minute, folks, is what our vertical speed should be. Again, you're just going to have to interpolate. All right, we are getting very close, folks. We're showing 30 minutes. Did I read that right? Yes, I did. 30 minutes. All right, so we'll begin setting our speeds up here momentarily. Let me get some things set up here real quick. Oh, we don't get Kansas City this way. Okay. $13.25. Okay, got our frequencies set. All right, folks, we are back up to 0.80. Let's pull some power back. Okay. Everything looks good. Don't see any warnings. Weather's fine where we're going. Okay. Oh, shameful, shameful, shameful. Did I? Oh, we're gonna need maintenance on engine 3 when we get in there. Okay. All right, folks, so we are pretty much set up here. Top of descent to make 11,000 feet for me. Times 3, plus 10, about 82 miles from KLAS. Okay, well, let's go ahead and enjoy another song or two, and we should be at the top of descent. And then we'll begin our run on the Gateway City. much as we get to Putsy, we have to be descending. So between Napoleon and Putsy, we'll start our descent. 2,300 feet a minute. And basically how I figured that up, folks, I just pulled the chart up. I knew, okay, to figure up my descent, what I use is I take the altitude I'm at, get rid of the zeros, 35,000, so 35. Going down to 11, get rid of 11,000, get rid of the zeros. So 35 minus 11, 24. Times that by 3, I believe it was 72, add 10, 82, and so roughly 82 miles out, I will start my descent. Be surprised if it's close to 100, but you get the point. That's how I figure it out. Now, there's another figure. Hey, 125 gets a break from work to say, yo, welcome in. You know what, folks? Get a chance and he's online one night. Check him out. He's got a interesting project in the garage. He's taking the shell of a hawker and turning it into a visible, workable flight simulator. Not motion, but a flight simulator. So, hey, we'll try to help you refocus here, sir. So, anyway, if he's ever online, folks, check him out at Hawker 125's Twitch call sign there, and he does a good stream, so, especially if you like the business jets. He's the guy to talk to. All right, we just made, let's see, in the scheme. Making the turn at MCI. So, folks, we are about to enter the star. What I'm going to do here is kill the music. And we're going to begin setting up the run on the Coop 1 arrival to runway 11. By the way, Hawker 125 is one of our moderators, so welcome in, sir. Hopefully your quick time in here to say hi. Hey, we appreciate the support. And yes, it is a nice choice for the 727. Still wishing they would get version 4 out so we could have it in X-Plane 12. Have a good day there, Mr. Hawker. Hopefully things calm down in your... The airport is calmed down as well too, and we've got better procedures in place. Oh man. I can only imagine with the job you have out there, sir. Well, look on the bright side. Hopefully, it's good news. It's Friday. And hopefully, only a couple hours left for you in the day. All right. All right, folks. Let me pull up my star again. Centering in, and I'm going to do one feature you're able to do. That's overlay it. Let me show you that. There's a lot of neat tools with. All right, you have a great rest of your day too, there, Hawker. Just remember, it is Friday. And that's what I'll be saying tomorrow. Oh God, is it Sunday yet? Oh man. All right. Well, like I said, we are fast approaching Napoleon. Napoleon is 114.0. Let's go ahead and dial that in. Now, I am going to let it fly a little bit of this from Napoleon. I have tried to do this and end up, well, you know what? We're going to do it again. I don't care. We're going to be slowing down. Going to be crossing Napoleon here. So what I'm going to do is take it into heading. Okay. Take it off GPS. We are over Napoleon right now. That's why it's fully deflected. And we're going to need to pick up the 105 radial. Now you see how that makes this so hard, folks? It's saying 35 miles. That's because it's on 13. It's on. Ugh, just that drives me nuts. However, it is right here, and we are beginning to firm up on it. Just kick it over to a easterly heading to get us completely on it. And I'm showing a top of descent of 43 miles out. Let's set 11,000. And I'm going to go into nav now. Actually, let's just fly it. Okay, because what we're going to be doing is intercepting 110.8. That put in right now. All right. And TWA 154, we're going to begin our descent from flight level 350 to 11,000. Okay. How you do this, folks. First off, select altitude, select. Altitude, hold. There we go. Then we're going to set it up. To about midway between this hash mark and 2,000. Going to kind of watch, kind of pull a little power back. A little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have begun our descent into St. Louis. Currently, the weather is absolutely, it's out of the northeast at about 5 to 10. We should be on the ground in about 15 minutes. Make sure those tray tables and seat belts are on. Flight attendants prepare the cabin for what I'm going to do is try to maintain 0.78 to 8 until 29,000 and then 280. The remainder of the way to 10,000, then 250. Hey, checklist for set. Seatbelts on. anti-ice, landing lights, altimeters, radios, flight instruments now set, and we'll get to cool here in a moment. Okay, we can turn the speed off. Tight. All right. I think we're doing good with that descent. Let's keep an eye on it. Okay, again, I am flying it. We are not picking up. This is what gets me on this arrival. Not picking up our, and I don't think you can for 60 miles. So I don't know basing this off of from back here. Turned a heading of 085, that is for sure. Let's over a little out of the park here. Speed. Now the reason this keeps, it's holding on the Mach, so that's why you're seeing it, that needle go up. Starting to get a little higher than 280, but we'll keep an eyeball. 65 miles from Napoleon to Butsy. So we'll see what happens here in the next 5 miles. Stuff halfway. See, I'm still not picking a DME up from them. Make sure 10 still is 10.8 active. It's not showing. Actually, we should have picked it up by now. It's at 85. See, that's the thing that makes me very nervous on this approach. I don't know what's controls. You are not in picking it up yet. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's 10.8. It's not on. And then I'm also going to begin to set 11. Is it 11.95? Okay, so we've now got it. Let's lock on to it. Alright, so now we're on that. We're through 22,000 feet. Slow, which is fine. We're getting into a little pure atmosphere. Keep it up, we'll hold at 11,000, folks. ahead and put the seatbelt sign on. The wing lights on as well. And did it say altimeter to 2093? 990. Alright folks, like I said, we are now flying by autopilot, yes, but we're flying VOR to VOR. We're now inbound to Bristol, where we'll make the turn to 41 degrees to head up, unless we see the runway or told by ATC to do something else. Speaking of which, they are not up. Set checklist. Minimums set. Target and ref set. Auto brakes. Medium. Cooling doors. Let's get back there. Open them a little. Okay. 17,000 means lights on. All right, folks, we are pretty good this time around. Flying the Missouri River Basin. That's this river ahead of us. And it won't let us go below 250, which is normal. Alright, well, just kind of watch our speeds. So again, folks, hope you enjoyed the ride. If you're into it and would like to put a prediction in for the right downwind sim, well, just happened to catch this. What's this FFSIM? Where's the SIVA? In the trash can where I left it. I don't do the SIVA, dude. Way too much trouble with it. It's a long time ago. Don't get me wrong. Long time ago. Welcome in, Downwind Sim. Another one, folks. Another great simmer to catch when you can. I believe the man behind the bush leagues. But yeah, the man, the myth, the legend, Downwind Sim. Alright, we need to start thinking about slowing up. Getting ready to cross Coop. 25 to go to KLAS, mile-wise. Alright. Boy, you guys have gotten a lot of great streamers to pop in today and say hi. Alright, we've had Melvin Leroy, who may still be out there. Hawker, we've had Downwind Sim. And we have Josh Donaldson, who followed us about an hour ago. So, man, what a day in the air today. Alright, we are coming on the 11,000 foot mark. Albeit about 25 miles short. But, you know what? Hey, it's always good. Gives us time to set up. And that's the name of the game, folks, with a lot of aircraft, is staying ahead of the game. I personally, it is fun. I will give you the SIVA is fun, trying to keep up with it. Don't know what the LTN one is like, if the more fixes in or not. My problem was none of that. It was I couldn't get it out of an error, and reloaded it. It came back the same. I don't know what I did wrong, and I just got really fed up with it and just get a nice wind change there. And this again goes back to a century of flight days, a long time ago, and I just gave up on it. So, and this little FMC program came out before PMDG hit my sim, and I flew with it ever since. This one comes with the FMC option, so I just use it because I don't want the aggravation anymore from that. Would I love to fly with it? Heck yeah, it's really fun. It's just a lot of work, folks, on top of all the work you're doing. All right, let's not get too far behind. But anyway, I learned about staying ahead of the aircraft when I flew in college, a Bonanza. I was so used to Warriors, Archers, Arrows. They're not up to the par of the performance of the Bonanza, Cessnas. And boy, I could not be, I mean, it just took a lot to get used to the 10 knot up approach speed, let alone I'm doing what, about 100 knot faster. All right, we're coming upon KLA here shortly. KLA is 11-mile DME. I'm gonna go ahead and start slowing this thing down. All right, let's get into the cockpit here and get ready to land this thing. 90 miles out, it says. I don't think that's right. Spoil it back in, powering up, maintain 250. As we get ready to cross KLA, set to here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and punch us into heading select. I need to start a descent to 5,000. All right, we are starting our descent, folks. Thing I haven't said is this. I turned to Sakala. I meant to go on just here. Just adjust to the ILS. How about that? Okay. ILS is what's that? Say that. 1, 2, 3. Speed got away from me on this one. Okay, I've got everything out spoiler-wise. It's on. Attendants, take your seats for landing. Alright, we may or may get this localizer to come alive. Been a good day with these instruments. Alright, get those spoilers in, get the speed back under control. Alright, there we go, folks. That's how you do it. Go over 250 if we can at all costs. Altimeter 200. Lights are on. Set. To this, we've already through. Show me. Ah, there we go. Patience. Patience, young little one. I was going to say, we're going to be pretty close to the Missouri. Whoa. Did it again, folks. I love these changes. All right, time to ease up. Go ahead and set it to. See if we see the run. See any. The local light. Till I see the run, I will keep the autopilot engaged. All right, landing checks. Opening things up. Sure, hydraulic pressure's all good. Okay, let's make sure we grab glide slope. We did. Start powering back. Still don't see the run. And when we get on the ground, if you like the scenery you see for St. Louis, there's a link. "11 miles out." That alarm is because I've got spoilers out with flaps. Trying to get this thing to slow down under 200, and I'll bring the gear up. And get the gear down. Next notch. Hey, I think I got a runway inside, folks. Flaps at 25. 20. Go flaps 25. Autopilot coming on. St. Louis traffic, TWA 154, 4-mile final, runway 11, clear to land. Easy, girl. That doesn't look like a good way to land. Oh, there it is. I'm looking at the grass. That's why. I'm like, that really looks like a crappy runway to land on. Settle her in here. Right, now we're settled. Yeah, I know the field's not supposed to be flat, but I think in X-Plane 11 it is flat landing.
Minimums. Synchrane. Synchrane. Pull up. Synchrane. 20. 10.
We're going around.
40. 30.
Okay, it was not supposed to do that. And just so you know, folks, if that's what it recorded for the airline, it will be rejected. I said go around it, installed out and land. we'll find out at the gate. No big deal if it gets rejected. Just not happy that it didn't let me do the go. It's because the aircraft floated up like. That kind of irritates me when it won't let me do it. But I've been surprised with VAs before. Alright, let's get the flaps up. Yeah, it was too slow, but I punched it to get it climbing and it just wouldn't. So, oh well. Yeah, I got right at VREF and, well, there's not much you can do at that point other than to ride it out. And take the hit from the airline. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Oh well, at least it's a simulator, not the real thing. And what did Sim Toolkit record out of curiosity? 703. So I'm going to lay odds American registered that too, and it'll be rejected. Oh well, well, my go-around, folks, that was needed wasn't going to be allowed. Unless I somehow ended up in flaps 40. Depending on how severe, I forget the numbers, I want to say 5 to 600, you still get the flight to count. After 600 feet per minute, I think the whole flight is rejected. Could be 700. I'm still above 700, so. Oh well. You know, and it's one of those things, you know, while it matters to me how well I do on my landings, if they count it or not, I'm okay with that. They are so strict, you know, hey, and they've got every right to be. It's their VA. They can be how they want. I can always stay or go. But I do like the challenge. Most VAs, a 700 foot a minute landing, while excessive, isn't denied. So, and especially on like a 747. Albeit, this is not a 747 because most of the time those guys do land. I mean, they can grease them, don't get me wrong. We grease them. But many a times they don't. All right, let's get that APU. Okay. On with the APU. What gate to park in today as we bring it in? Maintenance has got to work on engine number 3 anyway, so. What gate? Let's do this one. My only thing with some sceneries, this being one, JFK being another, I wish they gave an option for a decade, if you will, for like here, bring it up to 2000. Same with JFK. When TWA and Pan Am, well, Pan Am was gone at that point, but the World Port was still there. All right, we are in the blocks. Let's go here. Oh, he's signaling me to come forward. Okay. I forgot I had this program in here. All right. Well, you know, those things do happen. Landing lights off, taxi lights off, wing lights are off, beacon nav lights are the only things on. We're disarmed there. Seatbelt sign can go off. Back to here. On with the generator. And galley power obviously should have been off already. As with ground. All right, folks, we can shut it down. Welcome into the gateway. Again, to lower the air stair, shift F1. You're in C18. You know, I really hate it when I do that, folks. Let's see while we wait before we can see the Metro link coming across. Well, not yet. All right, let's get the beacons off. Nope, haven't seen it yet. Oh well, we'll keep it on this view here for a little bit. I'm gonna go see how bad I did over here. 674. Oh yeah, well, we'll file it, see what it does. I'm sure it's gonna get knocked out. Shows me in St. Louis. That's a good start. And it shows processing. And like I said, I am 100% sure I am not getting even anything out of this one. Invalidated. So does that mean I go back? Yeah, we'll see. Too hard, invalidated. I don't know what, I got to go back and read the book on that one. Oh well. You know, folks, it's not worth getting upset over. It's just, you know, we're having fun here. We're trying to learn, do better. Now we can show off Sim Toolkit a little bit. Speaking of which, we had someone following us. Where is... Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, I got lost here. Where we had Delta following us. Where is he? He is getting ready to enter the pattern. So before we get going too far... St. Louis, where are Metrolink? Well, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe you all did. I didn't. Oh well. But yeah, it'll go across right back here, folks. And then the southwest where it stops, and then it goes on. I don't know where it actually drops off. Then it comes back. So, by the way, folks, you've never been to Lambert and you think what you see on the sim is even close. Microsoft, for the longest time, kept this portion true. The rest of this is shaky. This, folks, is the best St. Louis scenery I have ever seen for Lambert. There's also CityX, which then brings in more to it. There's Metrolink right there. The little train that runs from the airport to the airport to Scott Air Force Base, which is on the other side of Mid-America. So yeah, he has that. This is Lambert. Like I said, if we could get this year 2000 or 1980s, you would have a jetway here, two off the end, the same thing on the back, and jetways all the way down the D course. I don't remember how Terminal 2 was. That was there, but I don't think as sophisticated as today. Customs was in this section here. You'd come off, walk through a KLAS corridor to customs to keep you, because you're coming from another country. It's called sterile from those that have already in the U.S. And then you go through customs, and then welcome to the United States. So, but nowadays customs is over here, I believe. So, but anyway, that's how the airport used to be, and I would love to have that option to either go to 1980s, 2000, or today, because that's, like I said, JFK, if you did that, not only do you get Terminal 5, which is there, the historical terminal for TWA, but you would also get Pan Am's very historic world port that they had, where the aircraft pulled in the olden days, turned around to unload their passengers out of the rain, and then later jetways added. Plus, fascinating when you get pictures of it to see how the terminal was set up for the heavies. So really fascinating term. But New York decided TWA was more important than that Pan Am thing. So yay, TWA won one against Pan Am. Actually won several. But anyway, so this is the Lambert scenery. Now what we landed on is the new runway. Actually, it's been around now about 20 years. Runway 11. There's a tunnel here for the road going under that and around to the 12s. Then far distance used to be where they built the F-15s. Now the F-18, oh, come on, get me going the right way. The F-18s are over here. And then your cargo back in the far ground there, way back there, and then your FBO was over here. So American had or TWA had a maintenance facility here, not as sophisticated as Kansas City, but nonetheless they could do work on some of the aircraft, all of the aircraft actually here. Some in the hangars, some had to be out. All right, that's enough geography. Y'all are out of school. I know you don't want to hear that anymore. Let's take a look at Sim Toolkit. Dun, dun. Oh, wait, we were waiting to see how Delta does. Where is Delta? Getting ready to head for a runway. Oh, I think we got lights in the distance, folks. Let's watch them. Then we'll talk through our landing. Coming in on 1-1. Now, if you ever drive through St. Louis, you will notice runway 1129 very pronounced. It's as the interstate turns to continue on out west towards KC, you'll see it going up a hill. Very pronounced. I mean, it's a grade on that thing, folks. That's unreal. Yeah. you'll very easily notice it. Flight sim, especially this scenery, could be X-Plane 11. That's not showing it because when I brought the scenery to 12, it's still pretty flat. So, but I got lights in the distance. Let's see how he does. All right, no pressure on Delta 2322 inbound. Been a better view, folks. How about that? Again, a very pronounced uphill run there. I don't know if it really is that pronounced here, while these two are pretty flat. And here he comes. He followed us from Las Vegas, so I thought we'd take the time and watch the arrival. All right, outdid me. I love it. Love it. Great job there, Delta 2322. Great job indeed. Welcome to St. Louis Lambert International. Now, I was talking about the maintenance facility. That was what was right here for American / TWA. The Air National Guard F-15s used to be here. Long gone. And Delta, as you can tell, where they park. I wonder where they park. Can't figure that one out, folks. Back in the day, U.S. Airways was in here roughly. America West here, United here, Northwest with the Avros in here. So yeah, I really missed the days of when the airport shined. Now it's, I mean, it still does well, but it's nowhere near its glory days. Again, the old Boeing, new Boeing, the cargo. Like I said, the maker of this, my hat's off. Even though I would love to see this scenery in a 1980, 2000 format, phenomenal. Just phenomenal. And again, like I was saying, I don't know if we'll see the Metrolink again or not, but there's the tracks. Of course, there's a lot of buildings here. If you do the ortho, folks, it does it justice. There's the city with the arch. But yeah, I mean, really well done. Kudos to them. There would have been a bunch of jetways down here for TWA. Ozark, back in the 80s, could have been Ozark. Wrapping all the way up to here, all the way down here. It was just an amazing airport to see, and I miss the TWA days. Loved going out to, there was a nice area to watch airplanes out there, and it's gone. Yeah, really great place to go. All right, we're back at the airplane here. Let's pull up some toolkit so we can get this stream over with. The modeling, yeah, it's really good. He took the easy, yeah, today is the easy way. You don't have to put in probably as many jetways as he has now to add in to make it right. Yeah, this was a great, I mean, that area was, I miss it. I mean, the whole TWA, I really wish they could have came out of, oh yeah, the 94th Aero Squad, folks. I know you folks in Columbus know about this. If you don't, go out to Port Columbus. You have a 94th Aero Squadron out on the flight line or the airport. Oh, what a great place to go and eat. Me and my wife actually love that. That's shut down and demolished now. But yeah, a lot of great things of the old days. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, we had a great dinner there. And it was nice to just sit out and watch the planes. They had a earphone for you to listen to ATC in the aircraft. It's great. I mean, those were the days when the airport was grand. But it is, time. Everything goes forward. Speaking of which, let's get Sim Toolkit up here and show you the real thing I like about this. Because it's going to really show you how horrible this landing was. Okay, so here you go, 708 feet per minute at 115. So we were really slow. Should have been around 129, 125 at the lowest. Flight's already been logged, so if I go click on it, there's what we did. Details, show just that, a quick look at the details. But this landing report, folks, this is what I like. It's going to show everything you did from the speed and the feet per minute, how much down the runway, how much left or right of the center line, how long, all of that the runway is, but it gives you the numeric values of what you did. So you can go, well, screwed it up there, 5 Gs. Oh, jeez. I don't think I've ever seen it that high. What your heading was, what it should have been, the pitch, all of that. And then where you touched down. Give me a second, folks. All right, folks, we're back with you. All right, so you see the landing here. Where are we at here? So you see the threshold, that's the blue dot, and then the 500 feet's down. We were trying to do a go around and she just said, nope, you stalled, you crashed. So it is what it is. So let's watch it and we'll get to see maybe the spoilers came up. That's my worst thing. So spoilers came up. So let me come off FatSim here. By the way, Delta 2322, great job on that. Good landing. Thanks for tagging along. I'm going to be disconnecting so I can try to do this in reverse. All right. So let's get rid of the jetway. And get that up. Oh, let's see if it stayed. I didn't even think to look. Oh, come now, airplane. Play nice. Are we dark? We are. Okay. Let me get us on external power. The generator failed, folks, on the APU. And that's what happens. And we'll get that fixed once we get done with this. All right. Let me go ahead and shut that down. So that way it'll be ready once we shoot some approaches here. All right. Let's take it back in time and see just how horrible I did. Okay. All right, so here we go, folks. And too far. All right, give the scenery a chance to reboot. Get some music going here. Where did my music go?
Flight slow.
All right, folks, so really good scenery for X-Plane 11 here. Just wish we could have more here. Now, if I load the ortho in, hands down, it'll be phenomenal then. But I think it looks good. For my purposes, what I want, it looks great. Same with the X-Plane 12. Yeah, you can tell we're really high at this point. Yep, we ballooned. That's where I tried to punch it, folks, and it said no. It did not hit as hard as I thought. Well, we see where my mistake was. Obviously, we got slow. Here, let's watch, see if the airspeed shows. See, we're getting really slow here, folks. If I'd have just let it go, I think we would have been fine. Oh, well. But that's what you learn, folks, with this replay mode. Now, other sims have it. Well, they don't have it built in. They have it in a download that you can get installed into your sim. Then once you go flying, you just start it where you want it to start your replays. I can go all the way back to the beginning. There you can only go as far as you set it. So, overall, this is the best way to see what you're doing. Okay, it's nice and stable. It's just, see, if I'd have left it, it would have touched down, but I pulled up too much. Oh well. We get, you'll see what I mean here. We're high, we know that. Get her into landing profile. If I'd have left it right there, folks, instead of that, actually, we might have touched the tail. Let's take it back a little. Oh well. Speed. Everything just came together, folks, on it. However, if I want to make myself feel better, let's go out to that tower view. Oh, we didn't touch the tail. See, we should have been on the go. And I think I let up to try again, and I should have just gone. Kaboom. Oh yeah, we tails everything. Everything bad. Oh, Lord have mercy. Well, you know what? We're going to do it again. This is actually a good view, folks. See, right there, I pulled up on it. Had I left it at that angle and let it land, I think we would have had a pretty good number out of it. That's what I get for thinking. Crunch. Oh well. Folks, it was a great time nonetheless. We get her back in the gate. And, you know, folks, that was a great time. Yep, way too much flare. That's where I screwed it up. Like I said, had I left it alone, we would have been fine. But that's what I get. Hopefully that's coming over. Yep, okay. All right, folks. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. Sorry for the little mishap there on the landing and on leaving Sim Toolkit up when we were talking about the approaches. It's always good, though. That's one of the best tools X-Plane ever put with the Sim. Really can teach you a lot from it. Take care there, Downwind Sun. Thanks for coming out, supporting the stream. And your input as always. We love hearing it. Hawker125, thank you also for being a part. I know you can only show for just a little bit of time, but we thank any time you show is always great. Josh Donaldson, 28, thanks for the follow about almost 2 hours ago. And we're going to go ahead and say a shout out to Steve099. He subscribed yesterday for a month. Love having him aboard. Thank you so much. Folks, if you liked what you saw here, hey, I'm not going to hold back, folks. It'll be on YouTube here in a week or so. Go in, critique it, tell me everything you see we did wrong. I pretty well beat myself up pretty hard. But, folks, it's been fun. I hope you all have a great weekend. God bless you all. And we'll be back out here maybe Monday, maybe Wednesday. We'll see. So, folks, you all have a great weekend. Be safe. Think before you drink. And more importantly, think before you drink, then drive. So, y'all enjoy, and we'll see you then. Thanks for flying with Mike. Have a great day. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Delta 2322, I believe was the call sign, who followed us from Vegas. Thanks for your support. We saw you yesterday coming out of Nashville as well. Thank you for also being a part of Flying with Mike. You all have a great weekend.